Okay, I should get started. Welcome back to, what is this, Kitty Found a Camera? I think that's the video game that I'm working on. Let's see. Okay, volumes are all correct. What do we got today? Oh yeah, we're gonna be making a church. Also, I've been slightly distracted today because I basically have, like, re-engaged with the internet. Basically Twitter and Blue Sky, because I've decided I'm going to start posting daily on other social media. Now that I've realized getting banned from YouTube for a week, or banned from uploading, has made me realize how much I've started to rely on it for, like, mental health. I mentioned this last stream, but now I'm taking action to fix that by getting invested in other social media and becoming even more internet connected. But I think it's mostly going to be from a, like, poster's position. But okay, last time I made all of the furniture in here that you see. I made all the furniture in here that you see. So now what I want, let's go to my big things. Because it was locations, probably 1 week location, the church. I'm gonna say... Oh wait, hang on. More designs? I'm gonna say this is a lower priority. In fact, I'll put that in my second pass. Because I'm fine with just having one stained glass window. It's kind of... I kind of like how ambiguous the meaning is. Because it's just one girl staring at this, this window here. So yeah, I think that's going to be my main priority. Or I should say, other things are going to be my main priority. Okay, what do I want for the basement? I'm trying to think what this... Because this is supposed to symbolize like a drain, a storm drain, basically. I think we need pipes. And then we need textures for that, so that's going to be basement. I'm going to call it, wait, actually, let's just have, like, basement pipes. Rhyme and muck. Okay, I keep mixing up K's and H's. We don't need that one. Okay. Alright, let's just start making some stuff. Let's just start modeling. Oh yeah, here as well, we need double doors. So yeah, for this entryway, and we probably want like a bench back here. Or maybe we have just more pews in the corner. Let's get Blender out. Let's also start getting some reference for water fountains. I'm thinking like an old-fashioned water fountain. Well, old-ish fashioned, like 2000s. Because, yeah, the game kind of takes place in a weird, like, I guess, let's just call it a bubbler. No, that's not what I want. Drinking fountain, that's what we call it. There we go. Yeah, this is basically the design. I think this design has been, like, the design. Well, maybe this one, with the button here, so that way it looks a little older-fashioned. You know, if I ever quit this software business, I think I'd go into something like chairs or water fountains or something like that, where it's like a very, like, dull but, like, useful thing, because everybody needs to drink water. And I think software, it's often easy for me, or it's often hard to, like, create things that are of value to other people, I think. But okay, this is basically how this looks. Should we have the two? Maybe I'll just have one that's low. But okay, I'm going to say something like this, and then probably have this one lower. That looks about right. Right, I guess speaking of boring and useful things, we're gonna be doing this for a while. Okay. As you might imagine, I think what I should do... Maybe I'll just... I know what to do. Just move this down. We'll texture this in such a way that it's obvious. Actually, I'm gonna do smooth. And I'm just gonna control exactly where we put these. Do I want something here? I'm trying to think what exactly I want. Oh yeah, also, back on the internet thing. I have also been thinking of how to make my personal site work better. You know, or like what I would want for like having greater control over it. Let's call this drinking fountain dash S body, because a while ago I was joking that I wanted a what the heck was it? A 4chan clone. I do think it would be kind of good to have some sort of website that I control, like an image board or something like that, where I can just post things, and then it's always like there. Because the last social media site that I really used a lot was a site called Co-host, which I really liked, but then they went out of business, and so the site is now archived. And so like that's a big downside with like these smaller sites, which tend to be the nicer sites, is that because I don't, you know, I'm not in charge of what happens to co-host. So I can't like actually like keep it around even though I want it. Because yeah, for one person, a site is not very hard to upkeep. Like even my my video hosting, for example, it's probably going to cost like, what did I say last time? Like 6 cents, I think, for my like 60 megabyte video. And that's kind of expensive storage, because that's $1 per gigabyte per month. You can get terabytes of storage for much cheaper than that if you have like a more complicated plan. But okay, let's do decor. I'm going to call this a generic drinking fountain. I should also make sure that this is like reasonable. So what's the size here? I think it should be about so Kitty is 0.6 meters tall. So I'm trying to like conceptualize, rotate this apple in my head. Oh, let's also have it so that when it's near the wall, or so I can like click on the wall and then link it to the wall and then do that. And also make it consistent with my other furniture where the Y-axis is forward. Okay. Oh, I know what I want. Water would be fun. Basically have mesh. I'm gonna call it a water. But yeah, this is stuff that I'd already been thinking about. And yeah, now there's a confluence of several things. Like, I know a lot of people are more paranoid about Discord because of the age verification. And admittedly, I've kind of just wanted to have my own alternative to that just because I don't like all of my communication not being public. Because I don't really do anything private on Discord. But that also paradoxically means that the actual, like, age verification stuff is not that big of an issue for me, because I don't do anything private on there anyway, because I already assumed it wasn't a private place. And the fact that it tends to be, like, private, where people have to log in and do stuff, is actually more of a hindrance for me, because I just want to have, like, a place where people can see updates about the game. Yeah, so I'm not sure what I'll do about that, because I did say way back when that I kind of would like the idea of a Lemmy instance. I don't know how big Lemmy is anymore. I mean, it never got huge. It was like a federated Reddit alternative. Okay, this should also be smooth, and we'll do, probably like this. Oh, wait. Yeah, mark a seam there, and mark it sharp. There we go. So now we're going to have that be our little water fountain. And then here... Oh, wait. Sharpness. Oh. There we go. Okay. Mark seams as well. But yeah, so long story short, I guess I'll just be indecisive and do nothing new, except for browse Twitter more. I think that's the best course of action for most things in life, really. Maybe listen to some more podcasts or something. I don't know where to find podcasts, other than, like, YouTube. But okay, what the hell am I looking for? Probably the fountain that I just made. And what I'd probably do is change the type of this to a static body. Because what I'm going to do is have this be yet another interactive object. Okay, so metal. River. Yeah, that's basically what a river does. Let's look up toilet. How does the toilet work? I think I need a thing that plays an animation. So, yeah, I need a more generic interactive thing rather than a generic toggle like this. Oh, actually what I could do is my generic toggle doesn't actually look for, this. Actually, I know what to do. Let's do an export var one shot equals false. Basically, I'm just gonna have this do, like, if active or one shot, else stop. And this is going to be a and not one shot. Okay. Basically, that means that I can have just a general purpose animation here. So we're going to have this here as a one shot, and then shape. And here, I think what I can do is I'm gonna tilt this a little bit so that it lines up pretty well with this. Make unique. Oh wait, make unique. Yeah, admittedly, a lot of that stuff is just because I like making things. I like making my own stuff. And so, having an excuse to make my own stuff. I think I should have done the opposite of what I did, where... Yeah, because now if I click, like, numpad 1, it's the reverse of what I want it to be, which is looking at the front of the object. Ah, well. Alright, that seems about right. Okay. Let's add an audio stream. Oh, wait, no. Audio stream player 3D. Don't we have a sound of like a sync here? For now, I'm just going to do that sound. Was it activate that? Was it? Start. That's what it is. Okay. Rename this then. So yeah, this is now our fabled one-shot toggle, otherwise known as a button that you press and a thing happens. Oh, and we also need a wisp. Wait, what the heck did I just do? Okay. So right about there seems... Well, yeah, just in the center. Seems fine. And eventually I can have a like, unique sound for it, but I don't care that much. Yeah, that seems like about the right amount of time for the player to have that active. Okay. And that's going to be... Hide that. Hide that. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Oh, wait, and then we have to turn it off. Okay. And at the very end, turn it back off. Okay. Now we can put those everywhere. And by everywhere, I think I mean literally just the church and nowhere else. I don't think a single other place in the entire game needs one. But okay. And we'll do the classic thing of having two of them right next to each other. Hopefully nobody notices the discontinuity between these two walls. Which actually... How do I fix that? I think I'm going to just make this wall thinner than the other one. Because, yeah, that's actually... There's actually quite a bit of slack there. Oh, wait, hang on. This isn't what it is at all. I didn't realize this here is part of the issue. Okay, so now I need to figure out... Ooh, how do we, like... Wait a second. The wall is asymmetrical. Wait, why is this asymmetrical? Is this, like, not aligned in the same origin as this thing? I think it might not be. Yeah, let's check the X location. So, negative 1.78. Am I dumb? How is this a completely different X with them even being remotely centered? Oh, is this... No, okay, this is centered. What? I don't even understand. Because if we look at these, they should be centered. Am I looking at, like, local transforms? How would this, I don't understand how this would possibly work the way that it says that it's working. Okay, what happens if we moved this to 0? Okay, that makes sense. If we moved this to 0, though, that doesn't make sense. That seems completely impossible, that these allegedly have the same x-coordinate. It must be something to do with this transform, I guess. Okay, well, I don't get it. I'm gonna not bother with that for now. Also, let's see if this pew will fit back here. Okay, yeah, that feels fine. This is for the slackers in the back. To, like, not pay attention. Or the kids who have been bad. Let's see. I'm good. Welcome back. Okay, let's just see that. No, I don't really care. Let's make another model. Yeah, let's make the double doors. So, what are the approximate dimensions of this? So if this is 0, and that's 1.34, we can round this to 1.35. Let's do a solidify here of, I think, so the walls are like 0.25 meters. So if we did 0.1, because I think what I do is 0.4 meters for these internal doors, and then we would have this. Basically, wall is parented here. Actually, let's double check. I think it's 0.3 meters for these. This is going to be church double doors. What's the width of this thing? 0.3 meters. Okay. So basically, I do 0.05. So this way, I attach the wall right here. Then it goes 0.3 meters, and then it's symmetrical on both sides. Okay, good. And then what we need is Probably to just mirror this thing. That's not at all what I wanted, but oh well. Okay, so let's put this at like whatever the heck I said it was going to be, like 1.35. And that means this should probably be... Let's have this go up to there. Hang on. We also need to check what the height of this church is. So Z, approximately 0. 2.2, okay. I can do that. Wait, what am I looking at here? Oh, local coordinates, okay. Okay, so let's put this at like 3.1. And then this is going to be 1 point... Oh, wait, no, not there. 1.25. Oh, wait, let's call this door frame collision. Nope. Double doors. Okay, and that way I can have these do whatever they need to do. How do I... Oh. Well, I'll have to eyeball it anyway. Okay, church, double doors. Actually. Okay. And these should be... why is this... Oh, okay, it is correct. It's just the UVs, or the texture makes it look like this isn't correctly aligned with the door. And let's try to make this a little bit... I'd say about there. Yeah, that seems good enough. Okay. So I think now, if we have a plane right here, actually, let's make this ever so slightly below as well. I think I'm fine with the door being completely flush. Okay. 1.25? Wait, no. Wrong one. I don't know what I even typed there to make that happen. And I think I'll have the doors be 0.05 there. And this will be, what, negative 0.02? Okay. Now we have perfect... Actually, no, I don't want the double doors there. Or I don't want, like, unflush double doors. We're gonna have this open outward, and this will let people, like, dramatically swing open both doors. I think what I'm going to do is like 0.02. No, let's do 4. And I think for now, solidify this 8. And I think then doors are a little wide, but that's okay. Well, I could just make it narrower. Yeah, because you don't have the doors go all the way out to the edge anyway. So let's call this like 1.1 meters. And for now, I'm just going to make the frame wider. Okay. Door 1 kinematic. Oh, hang on. Let's call this 0.04. Actually, let's just call this 0. I just realized I have the power to do that. Okay. Because what I'm going to do, make another cube or something. Because we're going to generate some, we're going to make a doorknob. Why do I even need a doorknob? Hang on. Or why can't I just grab a doorknob from every other place that I have? Go to, like, interior. Actually, wouldn't we have a push door instead? I think that would make more sense. Hang on. Just have a little, like, thing here. Like that. And then we add another one of those. Except, actually... Instead of being push on both sides, though, this one is going to be a pull. And so it comes out a little bit further. There we go. Parented to that. And then that is parented to that. Okay. And then I think what I'm going to do is just copy this. Oh, wait, no. And I think I might just rotate this door by 180 degrees and then do like that. So now they both just are the same door but upside down. And do I want like a window here maybe? Hang on, let's look at a church again. Church landing room? What the heck is it called? That room where... A reception area, maybe? Narthex. What the hell's a narthex? Okay, but this is a pretty large room. Okay, and that makes sense. Offices, media room, dressing room. Okay. Narthex. Narthex plan of a western cathedral with the narthex. Okay. A narthex is an architectural element typical of early things, consisting of an entrance or vestibule located at the west end of the nave, opposite the altar. Okay. Typically, the narthex was part of the church building, but was not considered part of the church proper. Okay. So, let's look up church vestibule. Okay, so the vestibule is the similar thing. The narthex is the specific part of the church. Okay, and I do see they don't have... Okay, this is exactly what I was thinking of. A foyer. Okay, I'm learning many new words today. It'd be called foyer, right? That's the pronunciation there. Okay, so it's a foyer, a vestibule, or a narthex. Yeah, yeah. The narthex is where all the old ladies gossip before service. So yeah, our narthex kinda sucks. Only got one dinky little fountain. And also, I would like to have an archway, looking at how nice these are. I think what I would do to do that is just have this come up a little bit, and then do a little bit of this. Shade smooth, except for the parts that I don't want to be shaded smooth. I just realized auto smooth it actually. Okay. And I'm realizing now. Well, first thing I should do, move these so that they're not like perfectly. Move them like here or something. Okay. And hopefully that blends in. Okay, that archway is reasonable. It is funny now that the actual interior doorway in our narthex is better. I think what I might want, maybe a little bench here. Maybe that could be nice. Let's link that. So that's probably going to be an exterior bench. Maybe generic. Or maybe outdoor. I have so many words for so many different things. Where the hell did that go? Wait, what? Am I stupid? What happened? I'm like the raccoon with the cotton candy that tried to wash it. I tried to do this, and it's not anywhere to be found. I spent so much time. Oh, okay. It's just in a completely nonsensical location. For God knows why. What? This is our 0 location? And what is this? Huh? So this is our 0 location. 0, 0, 0. Because this... I don't understand it. Okay. Well, God is dead. I also don't know how this was made a parent or a child of the thing. Wait, how is this even like... Oh, I see. Okay. I don't understand what I just did. No, I actually have... Now that I'm looking at it closely, I have no idea whatsoever what's happening here. I think this is going to kind of suck right here because it's so big. See, our narthex needs to be bigger. I'm trying to use the word at least 7 times so I remember it in the future. That's just going to hit you right in the knees. Let's get one of our choir chairs. We'll have those out here so that way people can like sit down and chat about their day before they start the service. We also need a little like end table, I think. Let's have right these. Yeah, someone's getting their knees hit if they're right there. Do I want anything else for this? I guess that's fine. You know, why don't I just have the guard at the front of the door? Why is he in the back? I guess it makes sense. Kind of. It makes some sort of sense to me. Okay, what are our other big things? Let's say, so we got the water fountain, we got the double doors. I could make a little end table. I'm not going to bother. Kitchenette. We got the table, we got the stove, we got the full-size fridge. Bell tower, we got the bell, we got the ladder railing, got some sort of stand or something. Oh yeah, we need actually a thing to ride the bell with. I should also probably make the bell an entirely separate object that the player can, like, attach to. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, move this whole thing into its own collection. Because what we're going to do... Oh. I guess I'll save this completely empty scene as bell. Collection bell. Oh wait, hang on. We need to, like, ooh. How do we... Oh, I know what to do. Keep transform. That's not quite what I wanted. Okay. Now, clear parent and keep transformation. So now I can move the bell how I want. And this will be its own little thing. Okay. So now we can go back to the bell. Basically, this way I can make it interactive without having to do a whole bunch of janky stuff. Or without having to worry about, like, the bell losing this information as I reorganize the church. And this might sound crazy, but I'm thinking we make this metal until further notice. Actually, what if I make the wheel and the axle out of wood? And even the cylinder. Beautiful. And hopefully... Okay, and that's a local coordinate thing. Let's do... that's fine. Well, yeah, that's gonna be fine for now. I think I prefer noise. Right there. Eh. Every second that passes, this place gets more and more complete. Why is this all weird? You know, I'd prefer to have the... I'd prefer to have this looking kind of correct. I think the main thing, though, is... Okay, yeah, I forgot that I do actually need this here. And someday in the distant future, I might even understand why on earth the, What am I trying to understand, actually? Oh yeah, why on earth these are not centered. Like the fact that this wall here is so out of line. Eventually I'll be able to figure out what it is. But okay, I think this one is assigned to that material. Now it should look right. Yeah, okay. That looks better. And give this the same treatment as well. I don't know why it's actually set up wrong by like wrong on purpose as a joke, I guess. Yeah, because all of this is supposed to be this setup. There we go, a little bit better. Though, yeah. How is this thing not aligned? If we go to transform, this thing should be completely centered onto, are the walls not attached to the floor? Hang on. If we go to the church. Okay, that has no thing, which makes sense. Go to the church base. Interior upper should have the exact same position. It doesn't. Hang on. I guess my bigger confusion is that this still says like a completely unrelated number to this. Hang on. What if we make this origin to 3D cursor? Did that fuck anything up? It didn't look like it. But these are still completely misaligned. I think what I really wish is that Blender just had this, like, consistent numbers here for, like, what on earth are these? Yeah. Blender location meaning. Like, what is the meaning of the location in a thing? So Blender different locations, same point. I don't... Okay, let's try and understand, because, yeah. All of these have the same x-coordinate. I can see plainly. Oh, wait, no. I can't see plainly. Yeah. This is ever so slightly off from this, but I can't... But it's not 3 units. Like, this is the x-axis here. Okay, so yeah. This is ever so slightly off from this. But how do we align them? If I can't, like, set the numbers to be the same thing. What if I just set the origin to 3D cursor as well here? And then we just have these at exactly, like, 0 or something. Yeah, and then we just set this to exactly 0. And then we just make sure that this is doing what I want and not the opposite of what I want. Okay, this seems like it worked. Because now the walls are basically flush, except for the fact that this isn't flush. What other walls do I have? I guess they're... these walls? Wait, I don't understand. Hang on. Get this and the interior. Okay. I don't care. Close enough. And it seems like these doors aren't too far out of line, except for this one is a little out of line. But what else is new there? Okay, I see. And these... okay. Because it pushed this wall inward. Okay, I'm going to take this as the source of truth now, at this point. Even though there's no reason to suspect that this is actually in the correct position. Well, I guess besides the fact that I aligned everything to it now. Yeah, okay. X-axis seems aligned. Okay, I guess we should start making, like, the bathrooms and stuff. Oh, I bet you at some point I accidentally grabbed it like that, because right-click is the exact same button as... actually, I just realized. I can change... I have the power to change my preferences for input. Because there's the, like, adjust thing. Where's our adjust? Blender disable adjust. Because basically... Disable move with right click. Okay, how to stop moving. Tool gives no drag action. That seems to be... Wait, what? Did they change this? Hang on. Blender disable drag action. Okay, input tweak threshold. Mouse drag threshold. Put that up put that to like 500 quadrillion. I don't ever want it to work ever. Tablet drag threshold, motion threshold. I don't know what any of these are. Continuous grab. Oh, wait, no, that's useful. Moving things with a mouse drag confirms when releasing the button. Okay. So now... Okay, so now what actually happens is I can move like that. That feels fine. Okay. Actually, I need all these walls. But now I'll stop accidentally, like, every single time I click something, I was accidentally, like, moving it a little bit, I'm pretty sure. Well, like, half the time. But okay. Now we can have generic. Let's get a few things. AC thing, we don't need that. I guess we do need door bath. Oh wait, hang on. Are these door bathroom? Okay, yeah. Okay, paper towels. Where's toilet paper? Collect, no wait, toilet paper. Let's see, is our sink in here? Or do I want counters? I think I want counters in here. No, wait, no, I don't think I do, actually. Sink 1. And I might eventually have, like, unique trash cans or something like that. But for now... Yeah, let's put that as, like, a second pass church. Smaller bathroom trash cans. Wait, did I get the trash cans in here? What happened? Oh, right, I can't link a thing if it's already been linked. which is interesting. Let's call this the narthex. Oh wait, I forgot to actually get the bell. Because yeah, this whole thing here. Church bell. Okay, that goes into interior upper. I guess it doesn't. Fuck me then. Why did that not work? What is happening here? I'm going insane. So if I file, link, collection, and then... Oh wait, hang on. First of all, am I holding Alt or some button? What the fuck is going on? Collection. Okay, so if I call this then church bell, and then we can put this in. We can't drag. Is my mouse not working? It's like I can't drag this anywhere. I think I broke Blender again. I pressed some button by accident. And I pressed the, like, don't make, like, stop. Why are there two of them? What is this? That's not what I fucking said. What is going on with Blender? I want the bell, and I want it to do the thing that it always does normally, which is this, where I have an object that I should be able to... Why can't I click and drag anything? What is going on? Can I, like, parent it? Okay, so I can parent it, but I can't click and drag here. Am I, like, holding a key or something? Is my mouse being held? Is there, like, a driver going wrong? Okay, well, all of this goes in the narthex. And all of these as well. Okay, now we can link the mirror, though. Which I think is in here. Mirror small one. Man, I'm gonna look up if there's like a button I pressed. Is it? Oh my fucking god. I think I know what it is. I bet you the drag threshold. Hang on. This is gonna be literally the worst thing in the entire world if this is true. Okay, do like 10 pixels here. This is the worst designed program in the history of mankind. The controls for the drag threshold here are the exact same controls as the drag threshold here in the UI, where you would want to have the drag threshold. Okay. Blender. Disable 3D drag. Is this... Okay, edit preferences. This software was designed by insane people. Okay. So preferences, key map, right mouse, something, something. I think this is probably out of date. So right mouse, select action. I wish... Could they have these in, like, alphabetical order? You can't even scroll when you search. You can't scroll any of these. I can't scroll. Oh, wait, no. The scroll wheel just stopped working for some reason. Okay. Right mouse, select action. I don't see... Is it in view? Is it in 3D view? Set selection, selection, blah. Is this a is it here maybe? Okay, there's drag right mouse, but that's in, so we're looking for like 3D view? Okay. I don't see anything here. I guess let's just search for drag right mouse, because it looks like you can search for that. What? Okay, you can't search for... You can search for right mouse. You can't search specifically for things that happen when you drag the right mouse. I mean, a box select would be really nice to have, for example. I'd love to set that in 3D, so that way you don't have to press B and then do the drag and then, you know, have the selection. Move modal, okay. So somewhere in here is the 3D view drag with right mouse, but I don't see it in like what you might see of like the view 3D like right mouse interactions, like 3D view tool, 3D view. So why is it not in here? Why is it all of these other things that also have drag with right mouse? Okay, I think it's object mode. Right, okay, because it's not the 3D view. The 3D view is a different thing. It's specifically object mode and armature mode and all these other modes have different behaviors that you can specify. So we remove that from armature mode. Where's edit mode then? Because presumably edit mode would also have right click to drag. Mesh. And you know what? I think pretty much every single instance of drag right mouse I should just delete. Okay, well that was much more complicated than I thought it would be. See, why isn't this a thing that I have just at, on hand at all times? Box select is awesome. But okay, I think now we are getting close. Yeah, having the select button and the move shit slightly button on the same button with like 3 pixels of leeway. I don't have the precision for that. It's just designed for like a different kind of human being. But okay. So after that hour-long diversion to make Blender stop dragging random crap, which constantly causes subtle issues, we can now get back to work, making this bathroom look nice. Oh yeah, we need soap. Okay, generic soap, Spencer. Put that over here. Actually, a pretty large bathroom. I was worried this would be too small. And because of their immense generosity, there will be 2 rolls of toilet paper. Okay, that seems perfectly reasonable for a bathroom. Let's do... Yeah, let's basically have these be the same thing. Okay. Wait, hang on. There's something weird with this wall here. Why is this set up this way? Oh, I see. Okay. Because these walls attach to there, and in fact... Hang on. How do these walls... Oh, yeah, it's one loop. Okay, I forgot, because this... this... I don't actually understand. No, I do. Okay, this is a separate piece from this, but it's the same mesh. Is the game okay? I guess I'll just let... Okay, there we go. Wait, why did I come out here? What the fuck? Hang on. What did I do? I didn't do that. Yeah, I didn't do that. What the fuck is this? What is this doing out here? If Godot starts, like, randomly changing my, the positions of objects that I've imported, I'm gonna, like, die. But okay. So this all works. Those doors aren't quite aligned right anymore. Oh, that makes sense because the doors were positioned in... Okay, yeah, because this door was positioned elsewhere. Does that mean this place is slightly wrong? Alright, well that's fine. Oh yeah, the door doesn't work yet. Hang on. Doors... Get an area... Actually, let's just go to, like, door... front. Let's make this unique. Okay. We're gonna have this be door frame. If I could, like, click this in order to edit it, which is a thing that I've been able to do in Godot for, like, several, like, basically since the very beginning. Okay, glad. So what did I have for lunch? What did I have for lunch? I had a burger for lunch. Yep, I'm working on the church now. Okay, so Godot failed me. Let's go to just the environment, decor, church, double doors. Frame slash... Oh, wait, no. So this is going to be door frame slash door. And then I can go to this. But that changed that. Well, why did that change that? Hang on. What are our rotations here? 0, 0, 0. Then why are these not 0, 0, 0? These should be... What am I doing here? That's wrong. Did I change these doors? Huh? What is going on here? Oh, also, it's funny. I'm realizing now. I made the exact same error with the doors there. Okay. But this is not correct. Because I 100% definitely had... Hang on. Close this. Let's see. The ones with the window. Yeah, I drew the window in Krita. In fact, I'm quite proud of that. You know what? Hang on. What the heck just happened? Computers are too much for me nowadays. I need like a rock or something. Okay, so this thing... So what do you need to still do? Some of the offices... currently I'm working on the bath. Yeah. This is... Okay. Yeah, currently I'm working on the double door. I don't need Krita right now, actually. I was gonna do a little detour. Okay, this is gonna drive me really fucking crazy. The fact that this is not... This is incorrect. This is incorrect. 0, 0 is this. This is what 0, 0 looks like here. This is 0, 0. If we do Alt-R... You know what? Rotate that one. Why is it not rotated? If we go to this thing, there. If we go to this thing, there. Okay. But this is 0, 0. This is 0. Hang on. Git status. Thanks. CD. Okay. Why did I... Hang on. What changed so far? I don't like whatever this is. Oh, okay. That's fine. The bell changed. Yeah. That's new. That's fine there. Double doors. Double doors. Hang on. Is there something with the double doors where I, like, change the transform of the thing by default? No. Drinking fountain. What did we change about the toilet? The bounding box. Okay, fair enough. More church furniture. Before I go ham, basically I was gonna like git clean XDF, which deletes every single file that could like deletes all of the settings and resets them again. I'm gonna die. Because first of all, oh god. these doors just aren't rotated in the correct orientation. Like, this is the angle, 0, 0, 0. It's the same as this angle, 0, 0, 0. Am I... Is this thing rotated? What the fuck? Is that the issue? What the fuck? All transforms then. Why are the doors positioned wrong? Is this scaled? I don't get it. It's getting more and more fucked up. That's... When I clicked the undo the thing and make it like the original scene, that's not... Okay. Doors open. The doors opened. But they open the wrong way. Let's go, I'm gonna say 90 degrees here. Probably negative 90 on this one. Yeah, okay. Now it rotates around the correct pivot, goes the right way. Let's see the door now. Oh wait, hang on. Oh yeah, okay. This should all work now. Okay, that was a fun little adventure in Blender for 20 fucking minutes. Oh, right, I see. And we need door 101 body. Okay. Now the door's open, yay. Ah, my thing doesn't work. Oh, because I didn't have the generic... Okay, go back to the drinking fountain. This thing doesn't have its animation player. It still doesn't have it. And yeah, we'll get all of our animation or textures soon. Oh, and we should probably also start working on the collisions for things. Okay, got some chairs. I'm realizing now there should probably be frosted glass on these windows. Because yeah, you would not want a, like, full-sized window there. High trust society, I guess. Oh yeah, also, get those, doors. So go back to the church. Thanks. Okay, one of these will be men, one of these will be women. Let's do men. Math room. Why did I call it a math room? Oop. There we go. Admittedly, this needs, like, multiple slots for textures, but okay. We got that. I'm gonna say I want a tan color for this exterior. Let's do, I guess we just make this unique. And then I'm just gonna do a little like beige color here. I should probably like first test it on this. Okay. And thankfully I've survived the ordeal of Blender. But okay, that does mean that now it feels weird to have this be a thing that's like a little cabinet. Because you would have these doors, I think, swing open into the church, right? Unless I flipped this around the wrong way. Okay, yeah, that's flipping the correct way. I think I could do a sliding door here then. That makes sense. And then you just get hit into the cabinets. I think I want pillars here. That would make sense. Okay. So what do I have that I need to do left? So our main hall balcony rails, let's have also pillars. Cross or other centerpiece. Oh yeah, we also then need office. So yeah, because we need something up here. I'm going to say a desk, chair, shelves. Who was here? Who is this? We also need like a closet for activities. I know. Decorations, let's say that. Okay, but for now I'm just gonna have like interior 2. And here just some wood or something. Oh, rub the microphone or whatever I did. Okay, I'm basically trying to think what exactly do I want here. Let's do a solidify and a mirror in the opposite order. Hang on. We need, let's say, like 16. I can always add more detail. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Is this good? Does this make any sense? Basically, what I'm planning here is basically, have these come down like this. Hmm. Uh... Hmm. Oop. Okay. This looks pretty cool, except for the fact that it doesn't make any sense. I guess it makes sense from like a structural support perspective. I think the main thing is it doesn't make sense to have this window here if it's going to be so intrusive, I guess, on the structure of this. Ah, well, whatever. What I'm going to do is just not bother with that right now. Actually, what if I just... I'm going to call this, like, railing collision. And this is going to be, like, support collision. This is going to be 0.25 or something like that. Okay. So I'm going to say... Wait, what? Oh. Wait, I have... What? I don't understand anything at all. So all of these have 0Z? Really? All of these? Oh, wait, no. I know what. Rotation. Oh, wait. And I betcha that's an issue here. No, I have no idea what the issue is. Basically, because these should have the same x-coordinate because they're, like, centered with each other. They literally have the same physical... Like, they literally have the exact same position as their origins. And yet they have completely different coordinates. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I can't be bothered with it. I'm gonna cry. Okay. Now we can get this. Okay, so this is gonna be like 0.5. Oh wait, no, this is gonna be 0.5. Maybe like 1 or something. So have you ever thought about creating a medieval game or 2D? I've thought about a few 2D games, but I like 3D art. Or I guess I'm so used to 3D art that it's easier for me, I guess. Let's see. As for medieval games, I guess I just haven't. I've thought about making fantasy games. Let's see, I'm going to call this 0.5. Let's call this 0.7, actually. And then I kind of want to do an array modifier out this way, like that. That way I can get this exactly where I want it, and then we can build this somewhere else. Oh wait, hang on. But this should be like... Oh, but it's never going to be even because here... Okay, hang on. I need to like... That's not what I need. I guess that's what I need. Okay, so I'm going to call this like 0.075. Then we're going to have, what, 0.15 here. Let's have this be 0.35, and then this is going to be 0.5. So that way, these should have the same width. They don't. Not even slightly, which... Oh, I see. No, I don't see. Because if we take 0.075 times 2, it equals 0.15, which means that this to this should be the same width. Oh, okay, hang on. No, I see now. Because we still have this section here being added on. Okay. Okay. So that means this should be... 0.75. Let's call this 325 then, and call this 0.4. Okay. Now we have the correct width. And then I'm going to scale it out like that. So now we have evenly spaced, evenly sized things, perfectly centered where I want them to be. And then our next step is to just, I guess, copy these around. No worries. Do I want this to be... Let's just make this the same thing here. Am I fine with this? I might make this one slightly shorter. What do I want to do here? I think my best bet is to just apply that. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. Not so dumb now, am I? Okay, for the rest of this, let's just make a little wall here, and then I'm going to try to figure out how to make it relatively evenly spaced. Let's say that, is good. Fixed? No. Even? What if I just removed these vertices, or dissolved these edges? How is that even less sensical? I think what I'm gonna do is just apply all the modifiers. Well, hang on, I have a good idea. Basically good enough. And we're just gonna make it a little bit less precise. Okay. And I think here... What is this, 60 degrees? I'm gonna say 60 degrees just because that seems closer to being correct. I don't care actually, I just realized. Okay. Merge those. I think we gotta do our own solidify, actually. And here, let's move this. You know, this is actually a pretty tricky problem to figure out where these would go. Because yeah, how the heck would you have one piece of wood here? Oh well, okay. I'm gonna call that good enough for now. Also, I didn't need these little bottom pieces. I don't care. That's fine. That's fine enough. Our big issue, of course, is this here. I'm realizing now. Wait, what? Okay, why is this? Oh, I see. Okay. That was there because I had that here. Have this. Okay. Okay. That's good there. Scale check. Let's double check the scaling of this. So if this is 1/2 a meter, that means that Kitty could basically get underneath this. Which I know is basically, like, the thing that I did on purpose, but... well... let's have, like, 0.75. There, and then I'm gonna have down here... 0.4. Okay. And that means that I can do something or other with this section here. I think this should be... hang on. Why do I even have, like, this here? Like, because I can just have this come down. Like there. Yeah, basically dissolve this edge. And then... yeah, I'm fine with that. Let's do... that. Oh, wait. Now we do meeting point. So I think what we do with these is these will be our little office areas. We have our little thing up here, and then... do I want any... I don't care. Basically get this thing, and then I wish I could grab the vertices on the other side as well. Because what I want is... that. Oh wait, yeah. And this thing is slightly off-centered now. Let's get this wall here. Fence? No. Road. That way we can get that even. And I'm going to call this an auto smooth. Let's have these like right here. Okay, that feels interesting, except for the fact that you'd bang your head right against it right there. I think that's better. Okay. Let's get back into here. How does this look? Okay. Better than nothing, I'd say. Let's have this wood here. And then this wood here as well. Does this feel right? I think besides this being nonsense, it feels okay. Oh, this doesn't make sense. Right there with the stairs and the... You'd have to, like, crawl back here. I could push this forward, but then I'd have to do a bunch of stuff over here, I think. What I could do is just have this part right here. I know what to do. What if we just had this? So that way there's a nice entryway here, but there's still plenty of space-ish kind of there. Let's see how it feels in-game. Because yeah, I think next step is the whatever it is. I think these doors need to be a bit smaller, or have, hang on. Yeah, all these doors, I think, just in general. Can I, okay. Took it a while to let me click it. There we go. So now you can have doors that are only open when you get up close to them. Okay, but that gives you a few locations. You can come up to here. Still need to make the stand for the bell. And then we have like a little office, a little closet. Okay. So yeah, we'll have a storage closet there with all the supplies for the church, like... Well, I guess we still have plenty of space here. You know, we should use this. So in that diagram, this was a dressing room, this little corner here. I think that would make sense, and that would give a much better use to the space. So I'm going to do that here as well. And, actually, then we can have stuff up here. So yeah, basically, what I'm thinking is... Thanks. Oh, wait. Flip. Actually, what if I make this wall thinner? I'm just going to make this piece of the wall thinner. So this is now going to be wall interior 2. And this is actually going to be right here. So yeah, the value of this thing is going to be that it's going to be 0.2 meters. So do we want this thing? I think I want this whole section here to be like a separate piece. Or do we want it to be not aligned with the wall? I'll keep it as it is for now. So what is this? Is negative 1 point... I'm gonna have... I know. This little bit here is going to attach to that, I think. No, it should not attach to that, actually. I just realized. No, put that back there. So that way this wall is still symmetrical. Kind of. How is this not symmetrical? Oh, is it just something weird with the color? I don't understand. Because, like, this thing should clearly be this value. I don't understand how I could have this vertex here. Oh. Okay, there we go. Those weren't clipped properly. They were just being merged, I think. Let's have this go up about there, and then maybe just have this merge in like that. I'm fine with that, I think. We should probably have a sliding door here, I think. Or, what should we have here? Okay. Okay. Not a brilliant thing, but that's... I think that's some... Well... I'd say... it's moderately interesting. Also, why is this wall... Why did this wall lose its material again? Like, again? Like, I swear to God, it just names these randomly. Hang on, where's walls interior? Why did I rename... Is this the one that I renamed? Am I smoking crack? What is wrong with me? Hang on. Ah, whatever. Just get it the same material again. Church, interior. It's not that big a deal. Okay, so what do we want for this one? Probably a similar material. We're gonna do like an interior one. There. We probably should do interior too, actually. Yeah, that feels better. Okay. So yeah, now there's little closets, there's little places for storage. We could potentially have a step stool. I'm going to put that in like small things. Stool. Basically put it right here. So then the player can have... Well, then theoretically someone would be able to get up here, or a stepladder or something like that. I want benches out here or something. That'd be nice. You know, I'm just going to put a bench. So, interior upper... And I'm kind of thinking, I don't need to put everything via Blender, especially because it's kind of inconvenient a lot of the time. What if we had a picnic table or something over here? But okay, and then table 1. This isn't quite what I want. But it vaguely gestures at what I want, which is an actual, like, park bench seating thing. So for now, I'm going to put that in, like, in our park. Church, have park benches outside. One day. So that'd be another thing here. Park benches. Say that. Okay. And we'll just have this on the other side. Do we want more benches up here? I'm not sure what we'd have up here. Okay, I think what I'm going to put is some bookshelves. An office in here. Though now that I've made these doors, it would make sense to, like, I'll figure out what I want to do for here. So a zombie game. I did a while ago. I guess a long time ago. Yeah, the big thing was going to be, I think the big thing I wanted was being able to build your own base. I think Fortnite came out a long... How long ago was that before Fortnite? That was when I was a little kid. Yeah, because it was before Fortnite Saved the World, which was the zombie game mode where you built the fort and stuff like that. I think it was inspired mostly by Call of Duty Zombies, where I wanted like very large, elaborate fortresses. Wait, no. Not large, elaborate fortresses, but more control over what you built, rather than what COD Zombies does, where you like nail boards over windows. But okay. What I need now is a desk and a chair. So I think I'm going to actually link. We're going to go to generic. No, we're going to go to the right house, I think. And we're going to get the desk. So I'm going to call this the empty... Actually, let's do... upper. Call this interior top? Or no, let's just call this like offices. Yeah, for now we'll have more granular stuff. Let's have this window right about there. That's okay, I was only a kid. Only 13 or so. See you soon. Yeah, because there was no chance of me making the game that I was imagining in my head. So I'm fine that Fortnite had a similar idea and then also abandoned it and did something completely different that made like 100,000 times as much money. So I think I'm fine with these windows here. So I like this. And then have this there. So I think the lore here is that Linda's dad is not only like an occultist guy, but he's also the pastor at the church. But okay, where is our office chair? Do we have a chair here? Chair right office, okay. In fact, that means that we need desk lab. Is that what I called it? Yeah, right desk lab, and then this is going to be right office. No, chair office right. Chair right office. Hopefully this chair also has the proper things. Hang on. Okay. Chair right office. Yeah, this thing needs to have interactive. which means that also I need to change its origin point. Okay, down to right, chair right office. Because yeah, as I've said before, this is where... Let's do all transforms. There we go. Yeah, I should probably have flipped this, so yeah. Negative Y should probably be forward. But okay. And then we should also go to the right house. Wait, why is... Okay, there we go. Let's also have... Oh wait, I'm realizing there's actually multiple conflicting ideas here. We need this to be slightly taller than the... Or we need this to collide slightly above the origin. Because otherwise, when we cast into the origin, there's a potential for it to miss. Very confusing stuff. And then we need a marker 3D. And this is going to be, as you might imagine, the Wisp. And then we need... I'm going to say concrete will be our perfectly adequate, like, temporary material, just so that I can see it. Because, yeah, here, I'm going to do... I think I want the other wood for these, maybe. That's not quite anything. Now I'm actually quite... Should I make... Maybe it's just a strange coincidence that he used... That the priest has the same equipment as Linda's dad. But okay, this does mean that now a way of, like, getting into here... I mean, that doesn't really do anything for the player anymore, because you can just sit here and then jump up to here pretty easily, in fact. Bit of a cramped office, but that's okay. Okay, let's make a generic, so let's call that good for the office chair and the, other stuff that I said it was going to be. 1 week. Is the manager's place really a 1 week house? I don't think it is. Maybe it is. Railing on ladders. Didn't I literally do that already? Oh, wait. Okay, it was just not in the right place. Okay, some sort of stand or something. Right, I still need to do that. Staircase, railing, stairs, closet doors, cross or other centerpiece, bookshelf, pillars. Got the pillars done. Yeah, so I think this goes into here. That goes there. I think it could be they are Christian and he is the actual priest. He just has like crazy he just has like spooky stuff. But okay, yeah, let's start on the bookshelf. So if 0.6 meters is for hang on, let's do, I'm gonna say 1.2 meters. Oh wait, no, 1.44 meters, because 0.72 meters is the size of the counters. So I'm gonna say let's see what this is. What if we did 0.6 here? I'm going to make this just 1 meter, because then I'm going to do SX 1.44, SY 0.6, GZ 1. Let's then do 2 meters tall, so this is like bookshelf medium. And this would go into like interior. And basically all of them would have the same bookshelf. I think 30 centimeters make, no. How do we scale to exactly 1 meter? Oh wait, I just realized I can just set the size here. Yeah, because we can do like negative 0.5. 0.5. Because what I want here is probably SY 0.4. 40 centimeters. That feels okay. And then what I think I'm going to do is we're going to have this thing solidified with like 0.04. 4 centimeters thick. Maybe 0.05. I should probably have like scaled these in like a reasonable way. I'm gonna do like 0.35. Just make these even. Actually, .45, 0.8, 1.15, 1.5. Then let's do like 1.7. No, 1.8. I guess that makes sense because then I'm going to do just 2.1 here or something like that. So then we have like one larger shelf for big books, smaller shelves here, this shelf up here. And then I'm going to make this have a back. Okay. Not super ornate. And then the question is, how do I handle books? I think the way that I'll handle books is we can have like a relatively large atlas of just all the books that we have here. And I won't do any, well, I'll give myself the opportunity to do something fancy. But for now, it's going to be basically like book S body. Well, how do I want to do that? I'm basically divided on how to make books. Let's call this book large S body. Like, should they all be one mesh? Should they be several meshes? So that way I can have like convex collision shapes rather than triangle meshes. And that would leave me opportunities. I'm going to say they're all going to be separate meshes, and then maybe they're all merged together at the end. And like, you know, each final version of the thing will have, I don't know, merged books. That's about all I can figure out right now. So yeah, they can have the same material, different materials. It's also kind of randomized their like height and rotation a little bit, maybe. So I think scale X. And then I'm going to have a few that are like also ununiform in the Y direction. I guess this. No. Gonna cook. Thanks. See you soon. And let's also just then reapply all these. Okay. So yeah, basically my most ambitious goal would be to make it so that every single person has a different like texture of the bookshelf. And then I don't bother with making unique book things. Thanks, I think so too. And then there'll just be one big texture atlas for all of the books in a given area. Let's not have that. Let's just have, like... Let's have random, Yeah. Oh, wait. Huh? That's what I want. Okay. Oh wait, we should position these a little bit more randomly as well. Randomize transform again. Have that be 1, that be 1. Have the Y location ever so slightly. And yeah, and that's also why I can't have these all the same mesh, because I'm going to have different materials for them. Which I could do... No, I couldn't do. I was about to say I could do it by having the atlas and then having all of them, like all of them have a material parameter that sets which material they have, but that'd be too much work. I mean, admittedly, this is also too much work. Let's scale all of these. Randomize transform. Let's say x will be like 0.8, z will be 0.95, I'd say. There we are. I should probably have had the bottom face. Actually, I'm going to make that the case for all future books, in that their origins will be... I keep pressing the wrong thing. Okay. Origin to 3D cursor. This is how books are going to be from now on. Rotated by the center bottom. So that way they always stay level with the bookshelf. I think this bookshelf is going to... itself could take like a week. Well, actually... For this one, it could be quite easy. I just realized, because for this, you know, a church is unique in, or a church bookshelf would be unique in the fact that they have like a lot of similar book, or they have a lot of copies of the same books. Like, because we don't have that for other areas here. Everybody else would have just like only unique books. But yeah, church would have a lot of copies of Bibles for things. For example, among other like books. Wait, no, we want this there. Oh wait, no, that is not what I want. We just want rotation and scale. Oh wait, no, we don't want that either. We just want scale. Because yeah, we want this to still be as it is. And eventually there'll be one mesh or something like that. Okay. Randomize all these bad boys. I'm gonna say like 0.75 and then maybe like 0.9 here. And then we can also randomize the rotation ever so slightly. Okay. In fact, I'm going to do a similar thing here. Randomize the transforms of these again. Let's keep the Z's all the same. And let's keep the X all the same here. So that way we just have a little bit more of that. I'm going to say that here as well. I'm going to say that there's like, these are all the same volume of thing. These are unique volumes. Do I want so many books here? I'm realizing. What if I just make it a texture? Because this is a lot of books, I'm realizing. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is not have that many books. And instead what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a cube called Books Collision. And instead of having like 700 unique objects, we're going to have like 4 unique. We're going to have like a handful of objects here. Like this. This is what books look like. That's books. Let's say like that. And then we're going to have like a couple... Do I want the books to be... No, you know what? I will still have them be like... this. So yeah, we got a full shelf right there. And I might even do things like have a little bit of like a warble to it, like that. You see that? Incredible. You see, that hints at a shape and a form. Oh, these are not meant to be the same thing. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, now they're going to have all sorts of unique shapes. And we can even have, like, you know, books that were big and then they get small. And we're going to have, like, that there. So that way that's like there's a few books and then there's a drop off into smaller books. This is going to be a lot easier to deal with, because I can also then cut the back faces a lot easier and not have to worry about like 50 billion quadrillion books. Look at that. I feel like this would be better if this was 2 separate things. I don't care that much. This will give plenty of a suggestion of bookshelves. But also I'm realizing Books typically don't, like, exceed the top of the thing. Okay. This might be shocking, but I'm going to put more books on the bottom shelf of this bookshelf, too. Wait, let's not have everything in exactly the same position. Let's dissolve some edges. And let's do, like, that. Okay. Now I think what we can do is, oh wait, I just realized. That means it's not even going to be possible. Ah, well, whatever. These S bodies will be fine. But okay. Alright, I'm realizing a lot of these books don't actually go all the way back. I don't care, actually. If there's anywhere where the player can see the back of the books, and that the fact that they're blank on the back, then I will just extend the mesh so that they can't. So yeah, now instead of making a bunch of like individual textures, yeah, these will all be in one texture. And they're just different meshes for the sake of collision, basically. Which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that's stupid. I could just have these all be one mesh. Yeah, I'm gonna have all of these now. Collision. There we go. So that's going to be our bookshelf. Not entirely blank, a little bit more interest there. And then what I can do is I can unwrap this and make a bunch of unique textures, or like make a handful of unique textures, I'll say. And for example, for our library here, or our whatever it's going to be, Bible studies, let's go to bookshelf. Okay. Wood. That's fine. And then these books are actually just concrete blocks for now. Okay, so what is this one under? Decor interior, I think? That would make sense. Yeah. So now we have a similar thing here. Interior. And I'll have to see if there's anywhere else that I'd want to have some more books. This doesn't feel like it's scaled appropriately. Yeah, because I think a bookshelf... Should a bookshelf be taller than a door? Hang on, I'm just going to go out to my bookshelf. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I can see I have a small bookshelf in here, actually. It's slightly shorter than the door. I think this bookshelf is too short, though. How big should it be? I'd say 1.1 seems reasonable. Okay, looks good. Take me to church. So yeah, this will be another one that we have. Textures, bookshelf, desk, office, chair. Some sort of photos of stuff. Let's also have... We should probably have like a clothes rack in here. Boxes as well. Do we have generic... What are those, actually? Street? No. I think it would be generic. Box? Is there a box in here? Huh. Maybe the boxes aren't a thing that I have as a thing to reuse. Okay, I have mailed box. Okay, I would like to have cardboard boxes as a thing I can reuse, but I think for now I won't have them. What I'll have instead, I'm just going to have a plane. I'm going to call this shelf collision. Wait, 0.05. No, wait, no, 0.05. There we go. Actually, if I make this a smaller thing, and then I add an array modifier, and we merge them. Wait, where'd they go? Are they one? How many of these do we... Huh? How does this not? Hang on. I don't understand. Why would it not have these faces here? Did I? Oh. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, and then we can merge the faces. And actually, that means that I'm going to move these, or this a little bit up. Or both of these a little bit up. Okay. So now if we come back into all of this. Okay. I'm going to have this shelf take up like, let's not have it take up the whole thing. But I will have it be large. So now we have plenty of space for things. Let's do a clothes rack. Actually, man, why is this not playing? Is there just silence? There we go. There we go. Okay. Center of mass surface. Oh, I see. This doesn't have a... Oh, wait, no. Okay. That does work, I think. Kind of. Basically, I'm going to make a clothes rack. Yeah. We'll have choir robes, we'll have costumes, we'll have all sorts of decorations. Most of them won't actually be visible and therefore don't need to be made, but they'll hypothetically exist somewhere. Anything I need for this? I think this is fine, as long as I do that. Hopefully these are in, like, local space. I guess it's fine as it is. Let's do, like, let's mark this. Or let's put a thing here, and let's mark that as the root. And that way, this doesn't look as messed up. Okay. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to also decimate planar. There we are. See, that makes it look better, except for the fact that we also then need to triangulate. Because otherwise it's going to go insane. Okay, that looks fine to me. There are some funny little bits. Yeah, some weird little pieces there. But okay. So I think that's completely fine for a clothes rack. Though also it should probably be smaller. Let's get that. There we go. Okay, so these all go here. They're all gum. Okay, so yeah, next steps would be the things on the clothes racks. So that'd be like choir robes, and then we'd get shelves and boxes and stuff like that. And then what would go here? I'm not sure exactly. What if we had the books go all the way up? And that's why there's a big ladder here. I think that's fun. I think that's cool. What if we had it go both directions? No, that's a little too crazy. This isn't like, what have you, that Dark Souls library. With that cool dragon. It's funny, I only know lore from Dark Souls indirectly from, like, streams of people playing it. And even then, it's only edited edited highlights. Because I'm not a big Dark Souls guy. I don't know, I think my games have a very different vibe. But okay, I do like that. I think, admittedly, maybe we need a large bookshelf for this one, because I want it to be actually fitting. I think it'd be funny if it fills this whole thing here. That's where they keep all their knowledge. Oh, actually. And then move the ladder to right next to the bookshelf. And then we don't even need the railing because it integrates organically. In fact, put this on both sides. Do I want to do anything? I'm going to say, you know what, I'm going to call it good enough, basically. I don't know if I want to deal with having another bookshelf. Oh, there is a downside, though? Okay, I think what I'm going to do is not have these have any collision. And I'm just going to have a cube box collision thing. So yeah, there's just going to be books. There's just going to be bookshelf medium. And then we're going to go back to here. Actually, this is going to be bookshelf medium S-body. Because I'm fine with having one convex collision shape here. Yeah, it's literally a cube. Slightly less efficient than like a box collider, but I don't care. There we go. Now we can get up here. The only potential issue is we can get into here instead. Which I'm fine with, honestly. Oh, but we have a little bit of a seam there. Okay, and now it makes sense that we have a ladder. Hmm. What do we put up here? This definitely feels like a place that should have, like, seating, maybe? Maybe instead of a bench, though, what if it's just a few more chairs? For some reason, that feels appropriate. What if it's literally just one more chair? Ooh, something weird happened with my computer screen there. Okay. What else do I want? We want to finish the clothes, but most importantly, I need to figure out what goes here. I think I might just put a little ladder. In fact, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Okay. Ladder, top, S body. But also, I'm going to use the bathroom. I will be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so let's get this little ladder up here. Yeah, rather than having some, like, convoluted system here, this will be fine. Ladder. And let's make sure... Okay, that's standard UV. Oh, wait. Is this... Okay, yeah, this is in the correct place. No, wait. What the hell am I looking for? Stairs. There we go. So now, our interior... I guess let's set our distance visibles here. I think both of these can be like 600 actually. Because you literally can't see inside the church until it's like right in your face. In fact, the lower section, I guess I'll keep it as it is because basically, otherwise, if a player has a very low resolution monitor... Oh, I gotta think about that, actually. If the player's monitor is less than the resolution... or less than that minimum distance, then there's all sorts of issues, because then they just straight up can't see the interior. Let's fix that real quick. So basically, res equals get window.size, rs equals this, so pixels wide divided by rs. Let's also say max or min of pixels wide rs. There we go. So that way, if the game is very low resolution, it'll check either for whatever the hell I just said, or the actual width of the screen, or the width of the window. But okay. It was nice to come out here. I'm definitely going to need some new footstep sounds. It's very annoying to have those tiny little feet pats. Especially on the grass. They should be very quiet, I think. Because, yeah, the game in general is actually quite subdued in terms of audio. Admittedly, a church... Yeah, I'm divided on how to actually do the church. I think it might be better to have the player come in through the front, because then it's like, ah, yes, a church. We have our... What the hell was it called? A narthex? Narthex. Crazy name for, like, just a landing area. Le foyer. Actually, I should double check what a foyer is. I think these should be lower. Yeah, let's get the important work done. Yeah, I like this ladder here now. Now it actually makes sense. Now it feels clever. And then you can bump your head as you get up into here. And then you squeeze out to here. And actually, crazy that I can just, like, stand here. Wait, so do we even need this little, hang on. I'm gonna move this right about there. Move this right about there. I don't even know how the video games work. Like, when did I change it so that you can just stand on top of the thing? Maybe I added some sort of, I was about to say maybe I changed the collision of the player's feet to a cylinder, but no, I tried that once, but then I didn't like it. So yeah, now we can just stand up here for some reason, which is kind of crazy. And I think here, I'm going to have the talking area for the goddess go to world. Maybe I should have the goddess as a thing on the church. Now it's like cool. Now it's like interesting. Oh, but you can fall off. Oh, wait. But that perfectly lines us up. Okay, hang on. Make this a little bit less. And a little bit there. Okay. Okay. See, it's surprising how little precision I need to keep on here. But yeah, if we get off on the edge here, then it's a long way down. And we have no hope of getting back up. And admittedly, I should probably make it so the player actually slides when they're there, instead of it, like, doing an awkward, like, you can still walk, but just not up the hill again. A very strange little area up here, this little balcony. Let's look up church balcony. Okay, this is what I was thinking of. Yeah, we don't have anything like that. However, we could do with some, like, hang on. Would we want that up here? That could be, you know, rafters. Rafters. That's what we need. Rafters. And I think it would be cool if we, as the player, could jump onto something like this, jump onto the here, you know, jump up to, like, I don't know, on the window or something. Okay. Next steps. Let's hide everything except for that. Wait, I'm gonna make this... I'm gonna make that the center of this. Let's do like 0.4 meters here. And then also a mirror modifier. My ears are very... Actually, I just had a brilliant idea. I'm going to get my earbuds rather than my headphones because my ears are hurting. I think a few years ago, I used to always use earbuds. But then I got an ear infection and I was like, never again. But I think this is fine. Wait, hang on. We need a complex. There we go. You know, actually, we do need to see where this is going to be. Okay, so this is now going to be rafters collision. Parented directly to the interior. I was about to parent it to the other thing, or like the roof itself, but no, this is yet another thing where we don't need it to be anywhere else. Actually, what if I just delete these and then flip that? Let's have approximately there. Oh wait, hang on. Clip these. There we are. Do I want anything else here? I think this is going to be 0.2. No, maybe like 0.5. No, I think I was right, actually. Okay, that feels about right. What I'm going to do now, have this go right to about here. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to now array modify it. Probably here. There we are. And we'll also merge those. Look at that. And then all I need to do is have that go there. I guess now the big question is, do I actually want this here? I think this isn't quite what a rafter looks like. Yeah, because we would have them be a bit more graceful than what I've done. I especially like on this one how they become part of the aesthetic of it. Hang on. That would be way better than the crap that I've done here. And what if we did, like, move this up, move this down, I guess we should probably have that stay there so that the whole, like, shebang works. And then what I do is move this such that it's perfectly aligned there with all three of them, even though I'm pretty sure these aren't actually, like, perfectly aligned. But okay. And then we remove that because this whole thing basically works except for that little end bit, which I guess we could fix by just getting all the windows and slightly moving them. And we then fix everything here by just getting this whole situation here. And just moving this to align with everything else. Okay. Make sure this all lines up. And I can see that this needs to be ever so slightly more. So let's move it so that this one's lined up nicely. Or maybe this one. Okay. There we go. And then I think also... Actually, now we can have 5 of these. Because we just move it to be aligned with this. There. Yeah, because now we can have this line up nicely. And then that lines up. This lines up still. Like that. Okay. And then we just have this do whatever it's going to do there. Like that, basically. Oh, right. I forgot. Silly me. And I think these rafters should also be a unique material. Let's see, textures. Rafter. So this is going to be wire chair. I just had a brilliant idea for how to make this keyboard look right. Get this thing. Why did I do 2 of these as 2 separate things? Am I dumb? Hang on. Go to our church keyboard. Okay. So what I'm thinking, get this color. Perfect. That's exactly what it should be. And here for the rafters, it's basically just going to be a very simple log texture, I think. Does the podium need something? Probably, yeah. Let's actually get wire robes as well. Anything major that's missing here? Or should we just start on the textures? Probably tomorrow, because I'm kind of feeling lazy today. Which admittedly not a good sign for when I want to do more stuff, but I think, you know, I think we kind of do have it. Get some nice images of this place. How do we want to depict this bookshelf? I want it to be like there, maybe? Hang on, let's also check the bathroom. Why are our doors not consistent? Hang on. Did I mess those up? Okay, I think maybe I just changed these incorrectly, so door, or bathroom, sign, men. There we go. Let's see. What am I looking, or what am I trying to capture? Because basically, recently I decided I want to do more social media stuff. So I think I want to show off all the new things, which are not too exciting. Because, yeah, we got our, like, whatever the heck that was called, a narthex. Hang on. I know a good photo. There we go. Alright, those are probably fine. Okay, so next time, I'm gonna finish up... oh wait. No, next time. Not next time. I want to do all the modeling first. Oh, wait, and hang on. That's so large that it hides there. So let's go back to... Or let's go to our distance visible things. Basically, these two. Do, like, 500? And, like, 500. So that way, that's still visible from here. And yeah, also, the seams there. The seams, I'll need to fix those as well. Even though it's one mesh, there shouldn't be any seams, but that's just the nature of, like, some of those materials use world vertex coordinates and some don't. But okay, I think, pipes. Pipes and tubes and other things going to and fro here. In fact, if we go back to the church, we hide that. We can replace this with a pipe that's going the same direction. So I think just cylinder 6, smooth. This will be like pipe, collision. So yeah, the goal of this is to make it so that, or the goal is twofold. One, to make it, what the heck did I, okay. To make it so that this ladder has a railing that you can always, like, rely on. And so you don't have to, like, precisely line up this. But also, to make it more contextually, like, sensible. Or to make it make sense. But okay, that's where that pipe goes. And I think I like the pipe not perfectly aligning here, so that way the player has to, like, potentially do, I don't know, other things? Or, like, potentially has to pay more attention, play the game a bit more. Hang on, why did my music stop? Okay, so I think now... Let's try to keep this in, like, these 45-degree increments, which I can't do that if I do it this way. So, undo that. Okay, I think there... There we go. Okay. I think that's enough for the player to, like, feel like... Or for the player to actually be able to, like, play the video game and get up here. I'm pretty sure. And also, now I need to double check to make sure that this is all correct. I think I want this. Let's just get all of these, basically. Okay. So yeah, now we have a crazy pipe. Looks cool. Also helps the player to actually stay along that, the same way that the bookshelves help the player stay along the ladder in here. But that also contextualizes the ladder as a thing to do that. And so we could imagine that the ladder down here is to maintain this tube for some reason. Hang on. Okay, that's what I needed. I'm going crazy, hang on. Okay, there we go. Now we have a cool pipe. That does something there. The player can have some sort of like platforming challenge to get up above the pipe. And then, who knows why they'd have a storm drain with a bunch of pipes crossing the water flow. Actually, I don't like that. Okay. Perfect. Now we got a tube. I can do something cool with it. And then let's do a similar tube. Oh wait, no. There we go. Somewhere else. This will be tube or pipe to S body. Now I'm thinking actually in here we just have some pipes like this. What else do I want? Presumably more pipes. I wish there was an easy way to do the spin operation, because basically what I want is to be able to do like let's delete this vertex. Spin 90 degrees with like 3 sections. I guess that's not such a difficult operation, actually. Oh yeah, and these ones should not be called that. These should be pipe 3 collision. Okay. Actually, what if we had it like this, and then we have some sort of cool secret from jumping from here to here, which would probably require this, or something like Let's get all these attached to there. There we go. Okay. And also, I don't think this should be... Oh, wait, no. That should be attached because that's here. Okay. That is basically enough, except for I will also have some debris here. And basically just make this smooth. I'll have to see how this blends in with the other stuff, but... Okay. That's the general gist of this. Let's also have this called interior lower compose. Basically, so that way all of the stuff here is compiled into whatever the heck I did. Multi-meshes, that's the word that I was looking for. But okay, so we got some old debris here doing something or other. Who knows? Okay. Let's see this in action. Because now I think, as long as the platforming isn't too much of a hassle, I'm fine with this. But okay. Interior lower. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting this song is in this album. It sounds completely different. And I don't like it very much. It's also incredibly long. Because I've skipped like 4 minutes. Okay, there we go. So now we got all these. Let's just do metal trim for now. And then for debris... Oh, that means our ladder's different, though. Does it actually? I mean, it means that's different. Okay, so does this thing still have the same, like... Okay, good, it does. So that was still preserved. So let's get our debris. Get the sand, cave sand. I guess let's do world. Okay. Okay, so how does this look? Now it looks like a something. So yeah, once we get this texture down here to look more like this texture here, then it'll all come together and it'll all make perfect sense. Yeah, I like these pipes. I don't like how close this is so that you can't walk in here, so I'm just going to fix that real fast. I guess just by... What if we just intersect this like that? Took it a while, but that's okay. Okay. So now if we hold to the left, there are some places where it doesn't 100% work, which I'm fine with, because the goal is not to make this, like, you know, 100% foolproof brain dead easy. I mean, it is just moving a ladder, but it's meant to just make it, like, not noticeably difficult. It's just like, oh, I got stuck here because I'm moving in the wrong place, you know. Oh, wait, why is that still not back-faced? Did I not put this in the group back-face collision? Oh, I think I know what I need. Hang on. When we go to world... Hang on. So when we do this... Huh? Okay, so this gets a collision. Okay, so if C2 is collision shape 3D, S as that, if S backface collision equals true. So if we go to the church again, so that means this static body should have backface collision, and it should be doing this. I guess let's just print c2.name backfaced. And we don't actually need debug. Because, yeah, it should say the fence. And I'm realizing there's actually several things called a fence. Or just named fence in the game, so that's not going to help us very much. Okay. Oh, right. But we need to do C dot name here. So why would this not be working? Oh wait, but this should just say static body 3D. Yeah, because that just does that. C.get parents. Oh wait, no. You know what? What if we just get path? Okay. So now... Okay, foliage wall, cemetery, so let's make sure the church is in here. Okay, church base, church fence, static body 3D, backfaced. Oh, I bet you what it is. Hang on, if we go to the collision here... Does it need these two? Yeah, now this place makes more sense. Okay. It's because I needed layer 8, not mask 8. I don't get it. Why would I need layer 8? Like, the player is supposed to be in mask 8. I don't care. Whatever. I feel like they made Godot's layer system more complicated. Like the fact that, for example, in ball mode, I collide with other physics props, but I can't move them, is an annoyance. So, for example, if I hit that soccer, or that football, it does that, bounces around. If I hit it as a ball, it bounces me. I can't do anything to it. Same with the soccer ball. I hit it, and I bounce off. I kick it. As like standard mode, it, you know, moves around because that is a kinematic body with infinite inertia. But when I actually try to use the physics system, it just doesn't work, and I don't know how to fix it because it's supposedly I'm supposedly doing everything that I should be. Like, that has, like, what, mask and layer 6, and then this has mask and layer 6, so they should just be interacting like normal. No worries. I'm admittedly actually about done for the day. Yeah, because we got lots more of the church done. Let's see. What else did we get? I guess everything except the textures. Or, I guess, the big details. I'll have to do the small stuff tomorrow and, Saturday and Sunday, probably, or Monday, whatever I do. But yeah, because we got our pipes, which, yeah, I think now each of these areas is getting more distinct and, like, more intentional, it feels. Oh yeah, I was going to check if I can jump on those to get up to there. Thanks. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's fiddle with our variables. Okay. So yeah, this would be a good spot for a collectible. Speaking of, I need to eventually start adding collectibles. Actually. Okay, if I go into orb mode, I can get up there. Which is good enough for me. Yeah, that's okay. What else do I want? Yeah, I guess that's it for today. Let's save all our stuff. Okay, so we got the underside. Oh, staircase railing, I forgot these ones. Yeah, so we got that. Office desk, chair, bookshelves, who was here? Oh, I forgot the box. I forgot a lot of stuff. Oh well. Basement pipes. Those are okay. I might do textures, pipes. But okay. So church, continued. So I guess major furniture added. Okay, I will be back tomorrow and Sunday for more Kitty Found a Camera. But okay. Thank you for watching. See you later.